Reminder to maintain hydration levels.
Saying your protocol, I'm Katon, hobbyist game developer slash YouTuber. And I'm a little tired today. And I thought that I had gotten decent sleep, but I woke up feeling kind of like crap. I probably actually didn't get that great sleep. I have been trying to drink coffee and it is not quite working yet. I'm trying to get there. Very slowly, but I'll get there eventually. I get head pat. Yeah. Thank you for head pats. It's just because I'm tired, probably. Anyways, there are a couple of things I managed to do off stream. Obviously, you'll notice I have meters for the abilities now. The way that those work now is, and I also have changed things. The abilities are now actually consumed after they are finished, rather than the moment you start them. So you'll notice that when I do the dash, it stays that way, and it only starts its cooldown at the end of the dash. The same thing with the shotgun jump SP shells, by the way. If I press C, and I rain fire on them, you'll notice that it only actually starts the cooldown once I kind of regain control of my character at the bottom there. So that's how that works. And of course it does still do the noise. And there are various other things that I'm trying to consider. So at the moment, actually, if I go ahead and press the use the ability, if I press the button again, it makes an angry beep at me. It also makes an angry beep at me if I try to press Q when I only have 99% charge. I do want to add a little bit of animation here whenever you do that, so that it's a little bit clearer why the game is angry at you. And that's all kind of a thing that can be done. You'll also notice that the icon for the pistol is a little different. That's because I am trying to, like, my next step is that I do want to work on being able to pick up additional weapons and whatnot. And actually what I also did is I went ahead and updated the pistol model that is in the game. I actually might go back and fix the outlines a little bit here. As it stands, when I was messing with the Ellie model that I made earlier, I found out the outlines I was using for the Ellie model is a lot smaller than what I plugged in for the values for this. So I gotta go back and plug those values in here. Should only be like 0.005, and I think I plugged into this one like 0.01 almost. I want to say like the default value that Blender gives you for Solidify. But overall, also I'm running out of water actually. Yeah, that was a little bit of calcification. What's that called again? We have pretty hard water here, so it's common for there to sometimes be bits calcium or lime sometimes. It usually tends to form on like the nozzle, and then sometimes we'll accidentally like bump off stuff off the nozzle because we should be cleaning it a hell of a lot more often. I try and clean every now and then, but a lot of it just gets stuck on very easily. But so I am gonna need to refill that though. What else? What else? So, I got some things done yesterday. Obviously, part of it was me importing the stuff, and I did a couple of minor code refactors. And then I started working on something that is kind of something that is a little bit important for me to get out of the way at some point, but is also one of the more, it's probably going to be one of the more boring aspects of game design. And I'll just show you what I've been working on. Technically speaking, what I've also been working on is, if we go into this folder, I've been trying to work on implementation of localization systems. Which, for the most part, I am probably going to be mostly just copying the implementation that I used for Jack Schmidt. However, I have a few ideas for some additional capabilities I would like to add to it. For kind of a refresher on what we are doing with that. If I go ahead and pull up, I'm gonna need to... Let me actually snag this over here real quick, so I can go look for... Give me the menu, thank you. So, this is the localization string table specifically for... Why is it sideways like this? Where is the... I swear, I think ad blocker has been fucking with this, but I don't know for sure. Let me try refreshing. No, it's still fucked up. Why is the... Oh, why is the scroll bar all the way down here? Why is this so buggy? Anyways, let me try and go over this again. I almost wonder if this is buggy because I think this is a database inside of a database, actually. It sure is. I don't know how that happened. Wasn't this fucked up when I first built this? But oh well. This is the localization string table for Jack Schmidt specifically. This is what I was working on for that. It is simple. The idea here, we have categories, subcategories, and names. And these are actually basically just used to name the scriptable object that is generated within Unity. And the idea was that I'd have, entries for each of the things that I would need on, like, interact prompts for user interface stuff, or menu stuff, all of those kinds of things. And the fun thing is, and this all worked. No, the idea behind this system, and the cool thing that I did with it was that the way that this worked is it would actually try and remember how I did this. I would export as a markdown and CSV file, include database's current view, include content, everything, and then I would export. And what that would give me, which I feel like I probably already have an existing export of this somewhere. I'll have to check. My downloads, probably my downloads. It's probably been a while because I haven't worked on this project in a while. Even less so, it's probably this. Aha, it is. So give me CSV files. And these can then be opened. Let me tell it to open it in Notepad. So give me a CSV file, which looks like this, right? Actually gives me headers up here. And basically the way that this worked was, the CSV file format, this comma separated values. It's essentially just a really dead simple protocol for serializing spreadsheet data, essentially. Especially like a column-based table system, such as this. The fun thing about this is that basically the way that my localization system worked is that it would literally take this entire CSV and then it would generate a series of scriptable objects that could be used to reference localization entries within this database. And it worked pretty decently well for Jack Schmidt. And I am actually reusing much of it for Toaster Gun. And I've actually got some cool ideas for it. This specifically being the one for Jack Schmidt that I was looking at. I don't have everything fully set up just yet, but what I did do is, as you can probably tell from me hovering over this, I have started working on a localization table for Toaster Gun. And this is quite a bit of stuff. You might even notice. So I now have a category here for turns. And this is a very important thing to have for a roguelike system such as this, where there's a lot of different like terms such as the vitality, the valid stats, vitality, agility, lucidity, intelligence, dexterity, and then different types of damage. So we have lethal, damage, explosive, energy, burn, freeze, shock, slag. We have critical hit, critical chance, crit chance, which is the shortened version of critical chance, crit molt, etc., and etc. And I have devised a system. I don't have it fully implemented in code yet, but I have a very strong idea of how it will be implemented in code, as well as how it will be implemented in this system. Which I haven't actually added a column for it yet, but I do want to add a column for it. And that's the thing, it's going to require a new column. That column is going to be entry references. So the idea being, for example, let's go down here. The idea would be that I would be passing this CSV off to localization teams or to other people doing the localization as necessary, right? And the idea would be, instead of them having to check every single entry that mentions critical chance and, you know, making sure that those all line up with each other, because that's important in a game where there's stats and progressions and numbers and stuff. Instead of having to do that, I could have localization entries reference back to that entry, that term entry, within a within another entry. And so the way that I'm going to do that, and of course there's also all sorts of other things that I want to be able to support here. Obviously, I still want to be able to do stuff like, for example, you'll notice here, I like ability HUD cooldown seconds, and then we actually have a parameter here. This is actually very similar to the format string being used right now for the cooldowns here. That would be how those are set up. I want to be able to have those kinds of parameters in the localization, and I'm fairly certain that's a common practice in localization stuff. I feel like there's definitely localization files that have been distributed where they're like, hey, by the way, when you see one of these, that's like a parameter. But if I want to reference, well, for example, if we looked at, here's the effect text or description for SP shells. Here we say, you know, we whip out a sawn off double barrel shotgun loaded with special shells that have enough recoil to blast gates on up in the air in the direction of current enemy. During the jump, she becomes intangible and gains plus 50% crit chance on all weapons. What if, instead of writing crit chance here, and then the next localizer also has to make sure that this matches up with how they localize crit chance elsewhere, instead, we replace it with a tag like this, LR. Actually, I think I wanted it to start with an exclamation mark so that Text Mesh Pro doesn't get angry at me. LR1. And then we add on here a thing where it says that the first reference, the LR1, is equivalent to, I'm going to undo that. That reference is equivalent to terms.damage.crit chance full. Right here. You'll notice I said terms.damage.crit chance full. Yes, the idea is going to be that the way that I initially set up this localization system is that I shouldn't need to use those kinds of string identifiers, because string lookup is bad and stupid, and you don't use it. However, for the sake of serializing and deserializing the localization table, what it's going to do is when I want to add a reference to another localization entry, I'm going to use their direct identifiers. And I'm going to be writing their... Previously, I wrote their identifiers just with underscores in between each of them, I think. I don't know if it'll actually, like, let me see those or not off the top of my head. There you go, look at the Jack Schmidt folder. Let's see. You see, I see these, but I'm not sure if these actually came from Localization Manager. Yeah, because there's localization main.pt, localization.meta. I edit with Notepad++. That doesn't give me a whole lot. But if I actually open localization main.kt localization, we'll notice that it in and of itself is a CSV file. So that's kind of how I was doing that. And then I had a system that let me do I had a system that let me do a quick swap of the localization file with that new CSV to sort of re-import it. It also would pull it out of that stupid zip file that Notion always gave me, and that was like a huge thing. So it's kind of a convenient system for all of that. It's unfortunate that I can't see how it imported it, but the idea was that each entry would be its own scriptable object, which you can actually see. I have scriptable objects here. This is supposed to be for testing purposes only. And then I was kind of just like, you know what? I don't feel like having to like go through the inspector, the Unity inspector, to make all of these localization entries. I'm just going to work on it in Notion and then export and import it properly, right? This is an idea for loose localization entries, but probably if I need to make a bunch of localization stuff at a time, I'm probably just going to be doing the proper way, quote-unquote proper, with the tooling that I would like to have in the future. The idea is supposed to be that when I import the CSV file, there is a custom script that turns each of those entries in the CSV file into its own scriptable object. But, like, if I go ahead and show you, I should be able to kind of just show you this folder without showing any, whatchamacallit, personally identifiable information. Because there's nothing here that is showing that, thankfully. We look through here, and like, obviously, this localization folder actually had a bunch of testing files. However, there's not that many entries here. Whereas if we looked at the actual localization string table, there are a lot more entries here than just those two. There's 48 entries in this file, and I think there's actually more entries in the actual localization file. If we go here to localization main.kt localization, which I might also have to change this. I have an idea of just like renaming this system to locat. Like localization, but cat in there. Just because like I named KT localization specifically after KTech, which is the theoretical name of the quote-unquote engine that Jack Schmidt was running on, but this isn't Jack Schmidt, this is Toaster Gun. And technically speaking, I am using some of the movement code from Jack Schmidt in Toaster Gun, but, it's whatever. So I want to, like, officially give this a new name, probably a new namespace and all of that. So there's, like, 48 entries here. Whereas if we looked at localization folder here, there's probably only like about 18. So these aren't the real localization entries, or at least not the ones that should be used at runtime. These are actually placeholder, and then the actual localization is entirely within these two files. And you might be wondering, hang on, I thought you said that the way that this worked is that it automatically generated a scriptable object for each entry. Where's the 48 scriptable objects? Well, that's the fun part. They're made at runtime, technically, or sort of. Not really, kind of. It uses the same sort of concept where you can have an FBX file in the folder, or you can have a PNG file, or a .wav file in the folder. But the actual stuff that's put into the compiled project is different depending on the import settings set within the Unity inspector. If I go and look at the model that I imported the other day, the sniper, weapon legendary sniper Ellie. When I make changes in this inspector here, it doesn't actually do any changes on the FBX file. It just changes that .meta file. It changes how Unity caches and imports this model and like converts it for use within the Unity engine. And the way the localization system works is it does the exact same way. On import, it then internally on the back end creates a bunch of asset references that don't actually clutter up the project and just live inside of that file. Similarly to how if I click this little arrow next to this model, it pops out and there's several extra things here. There's a couple of prefabs apparently, which I'm not sure what those do. And then there's a mesh here, which is still not quite the way that it should be, but that's kind of whatever. I wonder if clicking bake access conversion will fix that, but I doubt it. I mean, the thing is that there's no rotation here. So I wonder if that's part of the rigs problem, but I don't know. One of these days I'll figure out how to actually get Blender to export an FBX that Unity doesn't do this to. So yeah, so you can see that it has like sub files to it, but those don't actually show up in the project folder. They're just, this is how Unity loads these assets at runtime. And that is exactly how the new localization system works. Does it state possible harasser by my name? No, but that's very suspicious of you to say. And you've been following since September 4th, 2022. 3 messages since. You've been in here asking about repository stuff. I don't know. As it stands, we all got flagged earlier because we raided in. Twitch hates us all, I think. We raided in on someone else saying "get sheepinated, idiot," which was entirely just us. It's the joke, you know. And then Twitch like got angry at us because we said "idiot." It's kind of like "get rotated, idiot." That's kind of the reference. I don't know why you have brought this emote into my channel, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, as I was saying, and the idea is that it generates all of those scriptable objects as things that I can use as references within other systems. Where it can be, like, I can basically, like, drag and drop it from, Unity into, or drag and drop it from the editor into a slot, or potentially use a, like, finder for it. yeah, that's kind of how I was using it. Now, I think the part of the reason why I was trying to see if I could look up how it was named in the Jack Schmidt project was so that I could, see that the sub files in the Jack Schmidt project is probably so that I could see how I did the naming the naming conventions. But I don't actually see it here. I could find it maybe if I looked up the code, but I don't know. Alrighty, close it over here. Let me see if I can go like that. That's also localization isn't what we're going to be doing today, because obviously localization is a little bit boring. As it stands, like the localization table that I did make is pretty extensive enough to handle a lot of the stuff I want to do, but it's not quite there, and it still needs a lot more to it, I think. Especially because I want to make sure that it is doing exactly what I need it to, and to make sure that the specification I've laid out for it has no flaws whatsoever before I start really committing to using it. Because of the way that I have it set up, it does kind of make it annoying if I need to change something. It might lose various references, because I was setting it up to generate the unique IDs off of the names and the identifiers, which doesn't always work out. If I need to rename anything, or, goddess forbid, I need to change what one of these subcategories are called, that's going to fuck up every single other thing that's in that subcategory. Don't want to do that. So that's definitely a thing. I need to make sure that the prescriptiveness of the category and subcategory system are prescriptive enough to avoid that kind of problem. And I think actually it's probably, I'm looking in the assets scripts folder and I realize it's probably actually an assets editor scripts. I look up localization importer is probably what it is. I want to see where we create the name of the object. Yes, format name. We had a method for this. Replaces spaces with nothing. So it's stripped spaces, added underscores between category, subcategory, and name. Interesting. So we're going to be doing something different from that in the new system, obviously. General idea is that obviously we'll have a column that is the entry references, and then we'll first obviously want to enumerate and make all of the scriptable objects for each of the entry references first. Then we'll have to go back through all of those entries, and then wherever those entries have entry references, we will populate those with the actual scriptable object references, and then save those. And then any time in which it fires get text on that localization entry, then it'll also fire get text on those sub entries, and then put those into the text before then returning that text to whatever is originally getting it, such as a piece of UI or whatever type deal. And that'll just work. That'll just work. Yes, I am actually going to need to get up for a couple of minutes to grab water, because I am out of water, and I need to make sure I'm drinking water. I'm already starting to have a little bit of dry mouth. That's not good. It's really not good for a woman my age. So I will be right back shortly for a little bit, going on standby. I return. But localization isn't what we're doing today. Mostly because it is going to be kind of boring. I think the implementation of it might not be so boring, but like I said, I want to make sure that the table is robust enough before I start really implementing it. So that will definitely wait. It was somewhat related to what I am going to be trying to work on today, which is weapons. So, to go over all of the functionality we currently have. So, we have enemies that we can go fight. We have enemies that we can go fight. They're kind of crappy, but they're just functional enough for us to kind of test some of the basic mechanics of the game. We have a dodge, and the dodge does all the things. It makes us invulnerable. We can do the graze dodge mechanic. We can spawn core charge orbs and charge up our super ability. We can do a super ability. It's a little jank, and, you know, only really functions properly if we are completely locked on to an enemy, which in and of itself still really needs its own bug testing and fixing of things, but that's, you know, less important. But we also have the tactical ability, and also I do still want to do something, which I'm actually going to try and put that into a minor Trello card real quick, so that I don't forget. Yeah, I didn't actually look at Trello card for it yet. Dampen camera Y coordinate during what's it called? SP shells. Right up here. That's the thing I need to do. I noticed that, like, the SP Shell's jump does look a little funky, and I think part of that is because it should probably not be moving the camera upwards along with the character. I think it should be kind of stuck more to the ground at which we started. makes a little bit more sense. But it's not a huge deal right now. It can be something that we improve later. It is a functionally the same feature for now, and then I want to work on other things that are going to like actually shape gameplay systems before we start working on those kinds of polished things. So I still really need to confirm whether or not this game can be fun. Sounds probably like a little concerning for me to be saying that. I do kind of, it's not necessarily like I don't think that the system is going to be fun or whatever, but more just like I want to make sure that I can actually see the system in action to really understand all the different things that I can do with it, to add on to it, what other kinds of systems I might want to add on, or you know, things that it's missing, things that it needs, those kinds of things. Or saying things that it doesn't need, for example. And that's why I want to work on some more of the core systems, such as being able to pick up and drop weapons and change weapons. Now, part of what we're going to need for that is we're going to need kind of a script. So we've got, I gotta need to kind of like go through our existing scripts and understand the capabilities that we've already kind of developed. It probably will be a base entity item that we set up for this. However, it will not be an item behavior auto pickup. I think the way in which we are setting this up is that base entity item needs to be specifically told to be picked up by something else, either component on itself or the player. It could also still be a component on itself. But in general, the way that weapons should work is that the player needs to apply some sort of input to pick them up. And actually, one thing that I do need to do, and is actually kind of part of why I have it set up this way in my framework Trello, is targetable displays. So this little thing here, which is this is an enemy display, or HUD enemy display. It's a reticle that can be, you know, automatically placed on enemies. The little larger reticle here is something that kind of pulses whenever you're locked on to that enemy. And then this obviously moves around automatically depending on the enemy's position, as well as the enemy's overall bounding box, is what kind of determines the shape of this. So it's actually like a dynamic shape. If we go look at this enemy overlay space, and we actually focus in on enemy overlay itself. So the way that this works is that the overlay itself can be readjusted to fit all sorts of enemy shapes, type deal. And the thing is, this has been tuned specifically for enemies, which is why the component is called HUD Enemy Overlay. It's not great, and especially because I've decided that I kind of do want to reuse this overall concept for things other than enemies. At the moment, we actually don't have a whole lot of stuff in here that requires it to be tied to an enemy. Some of this does still need it to be tied to an enemy, such as you know, if currently it is pulling the name, and actually this this dialogue box is also tied to the enemy overlay, which I still haven't actually used the dialogue system just yet. Part of it is that I need to actually have localization solid for it first. I need to figure out how to pull from the localization first before I can set this up. But excuse me. But generally speaking, I want to change all the stuff here, make this a bit of a more generic system, and a more abstracted system that could be used for more than just enemies. Because that's probably going to be how I end up doing a lot of other interactable environment systems, is that as you mouse over them, it will provide the information you need. For example, things I would actually want it to do is I want there to be an overlay for doors, where the way it works is that you'd still get like a reticle around the door. But the idea is supposed to be that it won't actually like be a targeting system per se. There might be some systems where like you would be able to target them. You shouldn't need to target them most of the times. And honestly, like I want to have like breakable objects and stuff, which may or may not drop loot. And so those I would definitely want you to be able to walk onto. However, in like a combat situation, I want it to prioritize locking onto enemies. Allow the player to lock onto objects, but only if there are no enemies near that object. And then don't let the player lock on to things that do not need to be locked onto, such as doors, pickups, and other stuff like that. However, I do still want... Now, I think, if I remember right, I can still aim down sights without actually having a target to lock onto. It does lock onto targets when I actually do aim down sights near them. And I can also break my aim down sight target by moving my mouse a bunch. Like that. So I can still do that. So I can still enter aim down sights mode without needing a target. And that's going to be part of what we need to do. So I have a little bit of an idea. You might have noticed when I was showing off the localization table, for example, if I go look at, so here's Legendary Sniper Ellie, effect name, effect short, effect long. The idea is going to be definitely stolen from several other roguelikes, as well as, technically speaking, a certain gacha game. There is a short effect text that is not super descriptive, but gives a general idea of what it will do. And then the idea is going to be that when you right-click, when you aim down sights, you hold aim down sights, then it will show you the full effect text. That's kind of what I wanted to do with it. Especially because, you know, they are going to be somewhat complicated effects in some situations. So that'll be kind of how that gets handled. How that gets handled. Okay. Moving on. So that'll be how that's going to work. So we are going to need a system where that targetable display will sometimes have additional parts to it. There are several things that we need to kind of move over when we generalize the overlay system, or the like object overlay. One of those things is that currently object overlays are actually handled by the encounter manager, and if we're going to be making it so that overlays can be used with more than just enemies, that means we need to move it off of the encounter manager and towards a room manager instead. Which should be fine, but it does mean that we need more things. We might need some more framework to better understand what things need to be like added to the room that requires those things. And granted, we do already have a lot of stuff for that already. Base density item in and of itself has to be added to a room for it to function properly. It is assigned to a room. So you could probably set something up in which when a item is assigned to room within level room status, you have an add item. This method needs to then construct an overlay for it. Another thing is that, obviously, this overlay needs to have something special attached to it so that it can actually display stuff such as the name of the weapon, the effects of the weapon, the weapon stats, and etc, etc, etc. This is also kind of something that needs to be done for contraptions and hop-ups as well. So those will be things that we need to kind of handle with that. Which I do need to start kind of making a couple of contraption models just to kind of start into that concept, because that is also a core gameplay concept that can also be held off whilst we work on other things such as enemy pages. I mostly want to get a lot of the like navigation and enemy design and counter design started on before I go really hard into contraptions, though those will be kind of crucial, I think, and are a system that I could have in place. Because as it stands, what a lot of the navigation needs to be about, the gameplay loop is very dependent on looting stuff, and if we don't have stuff to loot, that can be kind of a problem. And so setting up contraptions, I might actually want to do that. Because it stands like, yeah, we could loot guns, but you usually, especially once you unlock the full feature set of the game, including reforges and whatnot, a lot of the times you will mostly be very rarely picking up new weapons unless you absolutely need to. And so that's kind of part of it. Alright. So, with that, so I would like to get that set up. And so the idea would be that we'd have a separate type of overlay. Also, away from... Aha! I can use Alt and right click to zoom in, zoom out without having to use my mouse wheel. So the idea being that we'll have another type of overlay that also has its own box that can be like reoriented at any side of the overlay that is necessary. Now, part of what we could possibly do We can also still leave some things prescriptive, and then just abstract out certain behaviors, such as, for example, the way that this works is that executing enemy overlay script, in and of itself, does do the resizing and stuff based on its aim target. This is stuff that we could extract out into its own component and tell that component, hey, do this behavior of like sizing yourself and positioning yourself based on this collider, and then the rest of the system can then handle off of that. You could have something that tells it, you could still have it so that, you know, it still has to, look, the way that these work, if I move my mouse away, you'll notice that I do not see a overlay for that target dummy. The target dummy overlay still exists, but it's been hidden because I'm no longer looking at it. It does, as I move towards it, it then becomes highlighted. Although you can kind of notice that there are kind of edges here in which it doesn't highlight despite my mouse being inside of it. And that's because it's actually being handled off of the internal targeting system. And I could change it so that it does still kind of light up when the mouse enters it, but as far as whether or not your aim is actually snapped to, because you notice when I do that, I like barely move my mouse and my character will like suddenly snap directly at them. And that's part of the like internal aim assist system kicking in. And the way that works is that it is firing a raycast from the camera at the mouse cursor position or the controller cursor position. And then if it hits an enemy, then the player will be directly shooting at that enemy. So I will always be shooting at the enemy at center mass as long as I'm aiming somewhat at the enemy. Do you see when the enemy died, my aim immediately shifted left? That's the aim assist in action. And obviously, we don't need to aim assist at a gun on the ground. We also don't really need to aim assist at a door. I don't think I'm going to be setting stuff up where I could like shoot out locks, because they're all going to be electronic locks, actually. Type deal. Because there are going to be locked doors. That is a mechanic that I'd like to set up, where you do have to find keys. It won't be like Isaac keys or Blueprints keys. In fact, it's actually going to be more like Blueprints key cards. Specifically, there will be 3 key cards per level, which correspond to 3 different types of doors. And then they actually kind of have their own sort of internal tier. And then each of those key cards, there's only one of each key card, and they are distributed throughout the level. So if you want to get through all of the storage room and treasure rooms and pick up all of the different items, you gotta be looking through all of the rooms trying to find those key cards. The key cards could be, on a lieutenant. You have to go kill the lieutenant, and then he drops the key card. It could be in another storage room, a unlocked storage room. I do want to keep logic in there such that key cards don't ever require another key card to pick up. I might have that happen very rarely, and it would be like a higher tier key card can be picked up with a lower tier key card, is how it should be handled. And I say higher tier, lower tier, they're not actually going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? They won't be explicitly tiered in the game. They're literally going to be keycard alpha, keycard bravo, keycard Charlie. That's how they will be. But the idea would be that you're supposed to find them in that order, essentially. Keycard Alpha would be closer to spawn. Keycard Bravo would be a little further from spawn and is likely on a lieutenant. Keycard Charlie is going to be closer to the end and will likely be on a boss. That's kind of how I want to handle that. And they're not fully tiered, but they are intended to be found in order. But you could find them out of order. And of course, like, you know, the Alpha and Bravo will have mostly the decent loot, and then Keycard Charlie locked rooms could have better loot. Not insanely better loot, but it could have better loot in general. The idea is that rooms do kind of have their own tier. If I go look at our level design planning, and I go look at our different room types. So you have the storage room. Oops, I didn't want to draw that. You have the storage room here. And I do actually have tiers to them actually as well. The idea is that, like, so an armory storage is going to have weapons and hop-ups. Munition storage can have hop-ups and sometimes weapons. I may also want contraptions in there. Like, rarely. But, and then the idea is that contraptions will probably require Keycard Charlie. C for contraptions. B for bullets. And then A for arms. Because I like both A and B will have mostly the same kind of tiers of loot. Likely Alpha and Bravo keycards are both going to be for tier 2 rooms, and then Charlie keycards will often be for tier 3 storage rooms. That sort of thing. And also, if I do end up like locking supply rooms, which are the shops, then those will likely be locked with alpha keycards. That is the plan, but I am getting distracted. Went into that whole tangent because talking about shooting at doors, which we don't really need to shoot at doors. Also, you know, allies. There might be characters that we find. As it stands, I do kind of also want to put somewhere on this HUD a thing where if we're locked onto an enemy, it'll show a little bit more information about that enemy and a bit more of a descriptive thing, you know, because I may or may not have some special effects on contraptions or weapons that are specific to factions, which there are, generally speaking, you'll be seeing 2 different factions here, and they're usually pretty easy to tell apart, just off of the theming of the characters. But, you know, just in case, I would like to make it very clear, especially because also another thing is that I also refer to enemy ranks. Minion, boss, lieutenant, minion, lieutenant, boss, elite boss, arch corporate, giant monster. Which I do actually need to set something up. I might need to move. Currently, ranks are a hard-coded enum concept. I kind of want to move those into their own serialized object system, I think. So that I can kind of be a little bit more prescriptive about how each of those ranks work, and also so that I don't have, because I might have ranks that are not for enemies. They're currently in the, when I was writing the localization script earlier, I did make an enemy rank that is ally. because there's also technically an enemy faction named Toaster Frickers, and that's actually supposed to be for shop vendors specifically. The idea would be that you would be able to kind of identify shop vendors by that same sort of target identification UI element, HUD element. That's something I'd probably want to do. I may still set up something where they do still use targetable hulls, which are how these are targetable in general. So we have the auto-target hull. It's just a capsule collider, it's on layer auto-target hull, and then it has the component targetable hull. And then this is tuned for enemies, is the thing. But I could set some stuff up to where it actually can be used for more than just enemies. And that's a thing that I really want to get set up for it. So that'll be kind of the immediate target, is targeting. So I gotta figure out how we're going to push this out. So again, the idea is I want to... I'll probably end up making a new component for this, just so that I can kind of push everything out. I could theoretically do a inheritance pattern where I have a, you know, HUD targetable overlay and then HUD enemy overlay inherits from that in order to do all of the enemy stuff. But I do also still need to do a lot of things to targetable hull itself to support the idea that this could be on something that the player doesn't actually want to lock onto. And since we do have like a base priority system, but that's explicitly just for enemies, and it's not something that the system really uses yet all that much. It kind of does, I think, maybe. Let me look at player input handlers. I think this is what handles find an attackable target. Yep. We do have winning priority here. I think we do actually use priority. Yeah. To check the priority when they're the same, we instead tie break by crosshair distance. And if that's somehow the same, then we tie break by player distance. And if not, then we do whatever the fuck Unity tells us. Which might lead to some inconsistent behavior on certain platforms, but, like, at that point, fuck it. It's a pretty much a fringe case of a fringe case. In order to get to that, they have to have the same priority, they have to have the same distance to your crosshair, and the same distance to your player, which isn't super common, I would like to think, because that would be literally pixel perfect, float perfect, which isn't going to happen all that much, not going to matter too much. It looks like it is higher priority wins. However, I'm noticing that we never actually set priority on anything. And we started at -1. I probably wanted to actually be backwards from that, but I don't have something for that right now, I think. in general, everything that's within this is explicitly for setting our aim target, our world space aim position. So in that case, when we get a targetable and it's not an enemy type, which granted, we do actually check if targetable has a valid entity health and the entity health is alive. So technically speaking, that does handle itself. But currently, overlays don't like handle that kind of thing. What I do still want to set up is making that a kind of inherent system. Should you actually have a public bool is enemy get private set? Which is interesting. I think definitely part of what we need to do here is I want to change this to, I think this is automatically handled for a reason. It's actually like, you know, we actually check if we have an enemy status. As it stands, targetable hull itself is very stupid, actually. We do store a reference to our own overlay, but I believe this reference is assigned by something else, probably the HUD manager. So you have here the register enemy overlay. We instantiate the enemy overlay prefab. I think I am going to end up going with the idea that I had before, where we have a generic overlay object, and then enemy overlays are inherited from that. That might be the most straightforward way to do it, I think. That way we can keep stuff like register and enemy overlay, but then we'll have also, like, you know, register breakable object overlay. I could also still use the enemy overlay, but set up some additional stuff to where if it is a breakable object rather than an enemy, we can still change the overlay sprites. Currently, these are actually kind of hard set up to be the way that they are. They are automatically done as orange, and I will need to kind of go back in and set up new reticles for other types of targetables. So I will still need to do that. But I think for sure, I want to do things where I could even set up like separate designs for each of these corners. Like this is the enemy reticle, but the reticle for breakables might just be like slightly boxier, maybe. Maybe instead of it being this this L piece here, it could just be like a box. Kind of do more things. I could do like a plus in here if it's an ally or, you know, shop vendor, most likely. I could do that. Oh, excuse me. For now, I could just do like a separate version of this that is colorable, but in the future, they wouldn't be colorable because I want there to be special, special brackets for everybody, for each of the different types of things. And I do actually want to say, so the shape of them will definitely be changed. I think colors will be an interesting one. So enemies are currently like reddish orange. I think maybe breakable objects could actually be like a nice yellow, maybe. As it stands, this is like sort of inspired by the City of Heroes targeting reticles. You know, in City of Heroes, yellow actually means like neutral enemy. An enemy that won't attack you unless you attack it type deal. But I think it's fine for breakable objects. And then probably blue for items and doors. And then green for shop vendors. That makes sense. The money is green in this game, so sure. So, this is where I need to start actually getting things done, I think. Okay. I'm gonna do mono behavior script, HUD targetable overlay. And I'll try and as much of this out as we can. Excuse me. I am gassy all of a sudden. I'm actually going to unpin a bunch of these, get rid of a lot of the player ability stuff temporarily. I have an idea of how I'm going to do that camera fix on SB shells, and it's probably just going to be making the abilities state machine override camera position and just tell it to fall on the floor instead. Because that's a framework I put in there. Probably get rid of this. Right. So let's put this on. HUD enemy overlay. Anyways, let's get that back in it. That way we can use this to get things started. What I'll probably do is, I was using the enemy overlay for dialogue stuff. I may actually push that into its own component. Because as it stands, I don't want that to be handled on every targetable overlay type thing. I could also make it so that the overlay itself could be component based as well. Because, like, everything to do with setting the enemy's name, rank, health bar, and all of that, that could probably also be its own component, actually. And then what I'll probably do is I do probably want to set something up to where, because, for example, I don't want to confuse the player when they, you know, look at an enemy, and then there's those corner cases where literally in the corner, it doesn't select the enemy. because this is actually firing at their targetable hull. But I still want it to fully light up when we're looking at something that does need to be lit up but isn't a targetable. Or at least isn't something that like the player locks onto. Which is probably a little bit confusing in hindsight, that like they're targetables that aren't targeted. But I think it makes sense. We want to start pulling out some of these things. For example, the thing that does the little pulsing lock-on animation, that could probably also be its own component. They could also put that into the base overlay system as well. I think it would still make sense there, just the way that, because we're going to have like multiple things that are actually targetable. So let's grab things here that I know I'm going to need. I think if we are going to make it so that when we are aiming at them, this is actually handling it, I'm going to grab these. And actually, while we're here, why don't we make these accessible where we need it? Actually, these don't need to be accessible, I think. If things are necessary to be accessed at that point, then I want to adapt them into target animation is also something we need. At that point, we will adapt those into it. Handled elsewhere. Handled elsewhere. We do need main camera, HD manager, aim target animation. Oh, I know what that's for. So I do need that. But I actually want to put that reference there. Okay. We probably actually will want UniEngine.ui reference, even though we probably actually don't have anything that uses it, but we might need it. Alright. We also need it to have a reference to its targetable. Now, find all references to this. It is only ever written to within itself. Here at set targetable, so this shouldn't be public. I think I only made it public as that sort of because I wanted it to be edited in the inspector for debug purposes. But we know how to do that. We know how to do that. All we need to do is set that up as a field, serialized field. Public targetable hull are targetable. Get and private set. We will also set up some other things, such as I want to have a private bool can be aimed at. true by default. And I'm actually going to put some documentation here so I understand what the hell I mean. When set to true, the overlay will become highlighted specifically when the player's current target is equal to this overlays target, I guess. If false, it instead simply uses crosshair position. Awesome. Which does mean we kind of have to couple this to the crosshair position. We have to figure out what kind of direction we go for that. We'll look at player crosshair. Yeah, currently the player crosshair itself is coupled to the player, which isn't great, but it's probably the best way for the best like response timing of the crosshair. Yeah, it just pulls it straight from player into handler to crosshair position. It's actually one thing that we don't have for certain. So it is bottom left anchored. And then we have a position X and Y. Which is set with pivot in the middle. We'll have to do some work manually to access the current like position and size, and then compare that against it, which is not terrible, as long as the fact that we are anchored to the actual bottom left of the screen and not anchored to something else. This is actually perfectly doable. I worry about it with things that are kind of part of another system. So I've had, trying to use something before where I set up tooltips that showed up on things, and then wanting to try and actually attach the tooltip to the thing rather than attach it to the mouse was a nightmare because I couldn't actually get the real screen position from fucking anything. So my sinuses are starting to kick up. What the fuck? I hate this. I hope I'm not getting sick or a stomach ache. gonna be how we end up handling it then. We are gonna need aim start time. As a variable. We will also need these component references. Which can be caught automatically. Alright. Because of the fact that we are, interestingly enough, it's like enemy overlay. We have to find the player from our HUD manager, assign player input handler. This should be cached. So probably want to set those up. I actually want to cache both the player status and the player, whatchamacallit, the player input handler. And player input handler, player input handler, we're going to have a method to assign us a player. I don't need a semicolon there. Why did I put a semicolon there? And set player input handler to player dot handler. I want to cache those references. I do have a targetable hull that we are set to. And then a public void set targetable. Targetable hull. Targetable. Let me see what other things we have here. This ends up handling enemy status and enemy info stuff, which we don't need. Apparently that is actually all we need there. Excuse me. Okay. I'm actually going to set up a private void scale to we'll actually let, when we check whether or not our crosshair has proximity, we'll actually just check our rect transform. So we'll have this set the rect transform. I could also have, how do we normally set our position in here? I have a feeling it will be in the update. Do these. Check cam positions. We set our center and we set our size. Actually do store a rect prox position. Now, why did I call it prox? Oh, proximity. Right. Oh, this is a separate rect, actually. Interesting. Oh, Puzz is erect, actually. Where are we actually established rect? Oh, I see. It's up here. Okay. In that case, what I'm actually going to end up doing, we do actually set directly. The size delta in position comes directly from the rectangle size and rectangle center. So I can actually just come in here, and we'll just actually keep a reference to that. Private rect overlay position rect. I'm gonna set it to a new rect on start. We'll set like that. Probably set more like 80-80. Okay. Now we have private void. Calculate position. First of all, if targetable does not exist, don't do anything. We don't need a player for it, though. But I will go in here and copy probably a lot of this code. We don't need a lot of this stuff, though. Some of this stuff is for enemies only. Go ahead and copy-paste this, see what it doesn't like us doing. Yes, we're just missing a couple of variables. Actually, Sharp probably should have a private pool is targeted. Let's actually do which that stuff will probably need to be moved out of there too. Actually. instead of calling this is targeted, I want to call this instead is highlighted. Yeah. False on start. Yeah, this is just determined targeting proximity, so we don't need this. Here, because we don't make any other modifications to the puzz rectangle, we'll just directly go right across and actually just call this overlay position rect. In there we go. Now dims. What do I do for dims? What was this? Like that's the width and height of our parent rect transform. I see. Let's go ahead and set that up. Actually, let's go. How do we handle crosshair proximity? The other crosshair puzz. Position of it being this. And this twice, okay. Use rect.contains crosshair position. Oh, we're actually just pulling the fucking player crosshair. Are we sure about this? In HUD Manager crosshairs. Sure about this. How does the player crosshair itself set the position? Crosshair position in and of itself is a normalized viewport position. So it multiplies it by the dimensions of its parent rect transform. Of course. I guess at the end of the day, that kind of makes sense. It does kind of suck, because that means that we're getting the dimensions here, and then we have to get the dimensions in another method to determine whether or not we're mousing over this. Or directly targeting, or proximity. Which, by the way, do we have like a is proximity? No. It's a bit of a... Oh, my sinuses. I am having a little bit trouble focusing in general. I think it's partly because my tummy feels grumpy. How do I see? Why am I missing a bracket? How did that happen? That's weird. Anyways. Change song real quick. Slightly better. I feel like I might need to take the hover bike race song out of my rotation. It's a little too intense for just chilling and trying to figure things out. Actually just staring at my code. This sucks. Method for calculate position. That does push values to overlay position rect. Private void. Check proximity. I probably actually will have a pool is proximity. We'll nav how we do that from here. So we want to if we don't have a HUD manager, do we use HUD manager in here? No. Or we don't have player input handler and we want to return that. Animate aim target itself actually is a method which has a parameter to tell whether or not we're actually aiming. But for now, we don't want to worry about that. We can go back up to example stuff. Which is probably just this. It's kind of annoying that we have accessing crosshairs rather than that, but whatever. Not to mention, I have actually decided that there should actually only be one crosshair per screen. The idea is supposed to be that, you know, with couch co-op, split screen co-op, all players would be on the same screen, but I think I'm probably actually making it split screen rather than same screen. Just because it makes a little bit more sense to me. Sinuses. And my sinuses keep getting worse. Alright, and then, basically what we do is we want overlay position left dot center. Let's get the dot size. Set is proximity true. I just want to set proximity to false first. But actually we'll do that before even doing short circuit or the guard clause. That way it's just automatically updated that way. I guess we may also end up just doing a boolean for is aimed at. Which we'll call aim targeted. Which is basically just going to be this code. Which actually I have to check. The check can be aimed at. So it can be aimed at. You can check all of that. So actually have to check to make sure that our player actually exists, which by the way, I can actually get rid of this because now I can specify the player input handler that we have cached otherwise. Actually gonna do if can be aimed at and player input handler, and we'll do that. And that way, if this is normally can be aimed at, but we somehow don't have a player input handler, then we can handle it based off of the crosshair proximity. We're actually just going to do this, as much as I hate it. there's gotta be a reason for there being a list of crosshairs in the future. But also, I may just, at some point, rework it so that it's not array or list. Because it probably doesn't need to. It'll just use overlay position rect.contains. Which is kind of annoying because that means that we are getting crosshair position twice here, which really doesn't need to be done. I should probably actually set. Hang on. You know what? I'm actually going to do that. Vector 2 crosshair position. I was going to have it actually specify in crosshair pose. Oh, I misspelled it. There. There should only be one crosshair position. Oh, Singer Purple! Olex the Dev, thank you very much for the raid. I don't know if I have somebody around to do shadow. Oops, I just accidentally changed pages. I also don't recognize you all that well. You've probably raided before, but you're not on the trusted list, so I think everybody might be behind the, whatchamacallit. Also, I haven't been checking YouTube chat. I haven't seen anything in YouTube chat. Oh, Sangry Protocol. Alex, what were you working on? I think you've been around before. Oops, that's not what I meant to click. I meant to click that. Never mind, you haven't been around before, because you haven't followed before. I feel like I probably would have actually seen you around before, but I guess not. Sorry, so... That does mean that you are kind of not allowed to talk until you're followed, but oh well. So you're calling everybody. I am working on a game in Unity. It's mostly because that's kind of what I'm mostly familiar with, and I still have a lot of problems with Godot. But it is a roguelike top-down shooter, is what we are working on. Right now, I'm trying to get some stuff done to kind of add some additional overlays for various different things like items and doors and other interactables. But everything else is kind of functional. I can actually probably boot this up just to show off kind of some of the stuff we've got going on. Everything is still very prototype at the moment. Now, let me actually also do the command there so you can read that as an idea. But I got some basic stuff going on. So we got this little targeting thing. So whenever we're like actually hovered over this, it is actually automatically aiming my character's aim at that enemy. A bit of a aim assist function. But also if I right click, it will also specifically lock me onto the enemy if I wasn't out of range of it. It will lock onto the enemy, and it will actually move the crosshair whenever I move. It actually will snap my mouse to it, and I actually have to, like, move my mouse off of it quite a bit, or just, you know, release right-click to unlock from it. This is it just to kind of give a bit of a parity between mouse, keyboard, and controller. Obviously, I've got a gun here. I've got a dodge maneuver. I like how that came out. And then I've also got two abilities. There's the tactical ability, which is available on its own cooldown. If I press C, jump up in the air. I also do bonus crits whilst I'm in that state. There's a whole state machine system going on in there. There's a status effect system that's giving me that buff. Once it recharges, I get a little notification sound. And then there's also a super ability, which in order to get the super ability, I will need to walk into this counter room where these guys are going to shoot at me. And I need to get a perfect dodge. There we go. So I get the perfect dodge, and then boom! Do a flying kick on them. So very cool stuff. Right now I'm trying to work on some stuff to actually do things where I can pick up new weapons and all of that cool shenanigans. And there is also like a death state. It's kind of simplistic and doesn't have a whole lot to it, but it is functional enough for now. And I am working on all sorts of other things. I have a feeling you guys probably aren't sticking around though, because you guys haven't been around here, probably don't know me. But you do feel like, and nobody followed too, so what can you do? What can you do? I'll get back to work for now. This is all for the enemy behavior tree debug text system, which probably also needs to be its own component. I may actually change all these privates to protected instead of private. So I think I will need to call those inherited classes. Oh, excuse me. I probably also need to set something up to where enemies shouldn't be highlighted if they're dead. So in order to do that, like they'll be, you can proximity them, but you won't actually highlight them. Although, as it stands, actually that's handled by the input system. Or the input controller, because if the enemy is dead, then it will never actually set the thing to the player's current target. And so that will actually just be handled by can be aimed at then. And anything that doesn't have the can be aimed at set to true, if it's set to false, that's probably because it doesn't have intensity health to actually worry about whether or not it is dead. Another thing I might actually do, so because I want to use this for breakable objects, for example, and I want breakable objects to have information, like the name of the breakable object, and then have the icon that shows that they are an object, I might set up an interface where that's handled kind of through... I want to say base enemy behavior controller. It actually might be enemy status. I think handles that. Specifically, enemy info. It accesses that in order to get the name and rank. And also faction. There is also that. Probably will also want some of these variables to be protected instead of private. I was hoping that would IntelliSense that I want to make all of these protected instead of private. Oops. Definitely make that one protected. Probably want all of these to be protected too. I'm noticing main camera is a variable here. Is it set somewhere? Find all references. It is read from, but it's never written to. Oh, you know what? That's it's in the prefab. It's set in the prefab. Reference as part of HUD Manager, which it probably should. It probably should be set up by the HUD Manager. As it stands, let me open this. I should really pin HUD Manager. I don't know why it's not pinned right now. I don't see a camera reference within HUD Manager. But, does player input handler itself have a reference in camera? That's right, there's a player camera controller component, and that's going to have a reference to the camera. You can also pull that from player input handler. That's definitely going to be how I set that up. As it stands, because there's probably going to be multiple cameras in the scene if we're going to be doing couch co-op somewhere down the line, then that means that we need this to have that set. So, we need this .HUD manager because we made this the same name. There. Excuse me. Actually, something we can do. I might actually not do it here. I think HUD Manager should actually be set through the prefab. And then in set player, this is where we need to set main camera, player input handler, camera. Boom! There we go. Definitely need that. Well, I actually just want to rename it to camera. Well, that's right. It gets all annoying because there is a deprecated value in Unity 6 is still fucking in the mono behavior script. Still obsolete, as I would imagine. That's annoying. Okay, well, that will help. So on its initialization, it should have set target role and set player done. I think the idea should be actually that the HUD manager should go through all of its overlay prefabs and tell all the overlay prefabs set player ahead of time. That way it doesn't have to set the player every time that it instantiates it. And that would be nice. Excuse me. Okay. Next thing I'm going to set up is that I will try and extract out the dialogue thing into its own script, so I don't have to worry about that. I have really got to set something up to where this all needs to be in its own assembly. I'm just way too lazy to actually get it done. Might ask Olivia to help out with that. Okay. Excuse me. So now what we are going to need is I need to basically go into HUD enemy overlay and pull everything out to do. It does need its HUD manager. It also is going to need it's going to need its HUD targetable overlay. As it stands, not much of this is actually functional yet anyways, but it would be nice to kind of just move all of that stuff out of here, so I don't have to worry about it suddenly no longer existing. Overlay dialogue in and of itself should be pretty straightforward and self-serving, so it doesn't need any sort of inheritance or abstractification. It just needs to kind of exist on its own. It will need, of course, a few usings. The UI and TM Pro. Because now we need to tell it to use enemy dialogue name text, enemy dialogue box text. Copy and paste. Dialog box parent fill image border image. Those will be there. I can get the targetable from HD targetable overlay. It needs any of the other things, except for, of course, the variables for the dialogue system here. Dialogue index character to show. To be placed down here. In fact, something that will need to be done is that now that I am moving forward with getting localization implemented, this will need specifically a reference to the localization entry that it has been given. That way, what's gonna end up happening, I think, the way it's supposed to work is it is supposed to like spell out the dialogue letter by letter, or character by character, really. And what's probably gonna happen is that if the language is changed whilst it is typing, it's just gonna restart itself, I think. I'm just gonna make it restart itself. Start, we'll definitely do this. All it needs is dialog box parent.set active. For now, that's basically all it needs. That's now extracted itself out into its own component. Is there anything else we would like to extract out into its own component? Actually, I could extract out the stuff to show its name and all of that. So if the thing that we're looking at has an entity health, then we need to provide it somehow a name, rank, possibly also faction. I don't know if I actually want to set up something where the overlays show faction, but it kind of would actually make sense. Essentially, like how we have this little chess icon here. So the enemy rank icons right now are basically like chess-based. So Lieutenant is a knight, Boss is a rook, Elite Boss is a queen, and then Arch Corporate is a king. But I could also have another icon over here, and that icon would actually be for the faction. So I will, of course, need a faction for no faction, like breakables. Just don't need a faction. If I'm just like busting up a crate, that's not a grunts for less crate. Technically speaking, it's a Big Idol crate because it's in the Big Idol office, but like it's I don't actually consider it to be that kind of faction. Its faction should just be like other or none, which I will need to set that up eventually. Which, as it stands right now, as I said before, factions and ranks are enums. I actually want to go back and update them to be scriptable objects instead, so that I can have them be more data-driven. Because I don't actually like the way that they're currently set up. So I'll have to get that done like that. Okay, but for now, let's start trying to tease apart the rest of this. I think I am gonna set up a separate component that does the entity health. So I'll do new mono behavior script and call this HUD. Overlay health. Yeah, might as well. I could also call this overlay entity health because that would correspond to it. Because it's like, it's an entity and it has health. That would kind of clue me in that I need like a name for it as well. Okay. So for this, actually I want to go back here and grab those usings that I need. Let's go ahead and pin it. We do also need to move it into the toaster gun namespace. Hopefully this is new in the namespace. Yes, it is. Good. Perfect. And how is this actually set up? Did I make this use hooks? I did actually make this use hooks. These look like hooks. Yes, I use unhook entity events and hook entity events. Perfect. There definitely has to be a better way of setting that up, but oh well. Actually, I probably will rename this thing. I'm actually going to rename to, because HUD overlay health is actually a little confusing. I'll call it overlay entity health. That matches up with the naming scheme of HUD overlay dialogue. And then HUD overlay entity health. We can still have HUD targetable overlay via base class, and then it's inherited from to make specific types, but then that specific type will then still itself just reference these two components, the overlay dialogue and overlay entity health. And anytime the enemy is set, then it'll tell those things what to do with that. Let's go back up to enemy overlay real quick. So, we'll have rank icon, name text. Those are definitely things that this needs. Health bar slider, health bar fill image. That's probably actually it. And then we'll, of course, need entity health. I'm actually going to make this a... Instead of doing that copy-paste, I'm actually going to do entity health. Entity health. It is going to be a get private set property. Yeah, I might add additional images to this. Set up the other things. But for now, it's going to be set up like this. And then I'm going to do... I might as well actually just kind of copy the same setup. I'm actually going to do real quick... private pool is alive. False by default. But we'll try and set that. We have to remember to set that when we set our entity health. So actually do need to set up current health, max health, and health delta. These all need to be kind of kept variables. That's actually going to be how it handles displaying the stuff. That's how it kind of already does that. And that way we can actually probably copy over. So take the on entity revive, on entity death, on health update, Actually, also take the set is alive. I was gonna start pastaing this. Which I know some people are probably cringing, but as it stands, we are basically trying to pull this out anyways. And then on destroy, we want to unhook entity events, and then hook onto the events here. And then also grab our entity help on take damage. Cool. Granted, the previous thing was using a private entity health reference, but I do kind of want to make it public just in case. Apply that across the way. I don't currently have a HUD manager reference, and I actually want to do that by caching a reference to hang on, I'm gonna do something special. Targetable overlay. Targetable overlay. Get and private set. That way that can be serialized into the prefab. And then I can also do the following. I'm actually going to run one of my little code snippets here. Probably unnecessary, but I'd like to do that. If the backing field here is null and targetable overlay exists, then we're actually going to grab HUD manager from targetable overlay. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Targetable overlay. Let's set that up as well. Let's give it a thing like that. Public HUD manager will be a get and private set. Like that. Then we can... That was weird. Pull that across. Now we have our own reference to HUD manager. What do you mean? Oh. Go back to HUD mode. What is this? Oh, it's this. Okay, we can set that up. Actually, we could just use the targetable overlays thing. There we go. Yeah, like that. That's how that should be working. Cool. Oh, why? That's weird. Well. Now it's fixed. And then all we need to do is put in the stuff to adjust our fingertips. We'll just throw it in as a update loop. Easy peasy. We want to make sure that max health is not 0, though. Hang on. not want to divide by 0. In fact, that's actually something that this is missing. That's kind of concerning. I think that's the only thing that, if we go look at this now. I mean, Health Delta, I may or may not use it in the future. It is set by the, on-health update. But it might not be in use right now. Yes, I actually gotta go to the bathroom, so I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna stand by, run a break. Everybody take a stretch break. Get yourself some water, get everything updated for yourself. It is time for a bathroom break and stretch break. So let's go, stand by. Let's just get pushing on with things. Where's that? So I believe all of this should be functional. Thank you for Bonitas. How are you doing? I'm going to add a loading section. Appropriate redeem. Yeah, no, because mostly just because of the fact that, like, so the tips is actually organized. So there's actually like a category for chat, and chat redeems or chat suggestions do show up a little bit more often. I do not have that system for loading tips. That's partially by design. It is supposed to be kind of. It is like you go buy these very quickly, and that's kind of the reason why I don't have a redeem for it. Eating rocks. I feel like eating rocks might actually even be in there already. I feel like. I gotta find out. Huh. Well then. Honestly, I think I am gonna add that. I've still gotta fix the problem where I can't have multiple of the same keyword in it. Just for you, Benitez, I will add in eating rocks. Just for you. Yeah, so now entity health can be set for that. I do still need, so we can set our entity events hooked there, but we do still need you know what, this probably is actually specifically the spot in which I need to start concerning myself on localization implementation, and what we'll probably do is for now I will actually need I'm gonna duplicate this enemy name one and then create one that is target dummy. So those are the two enemies that are present here, and I will need to create more localization entries for more enemies as I set these up. So I'll use those in the loose ones. And so now I probably don't need it to be accessible outside, because I'm probably just going to have something that sets the thing. Private localization. Oh, it's its own namespace. I might need to do a using for that then. Using toaster gun localization. In fact, in general, I'm actually probably moving it into a different namespace. As I was talking about earlier, I might call it Locat. It's the unlimited RAM. Bam. So you need a reference or a localization entry. Target name localized. Also, I think I am
New
actually
intelligence has been submitted for your situational
not the
awareness.
toaster cat. Sure. Let me get just that. Thank you. I will also add that. Where is chat? Here's chat. Cool. Yeah, I do need to start doing these the proper way, which is why now we're gonna have the target name localized. I might need this object to subscribe to the localization update event, but yeah. And then I'm just gonna have a method here. And yeah, I think I do. What I want to do is I kind of want to turn like I said before, enemy ranks as well as enemy factions are currently enums. I kind of want to change those into their own scriptable object assets. I'm getting pod. Hi, back. I kind of want to change them to their own scriptable object assets. So I can have them a little bit more controlled. As it stands, I don't think they're actually even read basically anywhere. I'm actually curious. Where would that be? It would be in enemy status, which I can get from this one. Oh, it is actually pinned up there. I'm just blind. I've been, I say, Benitez, I have been very scatterbrained and distracted and kind of working slow today. Not to mention, it's been a slow day in chat as well. A raid from someone I do not recognize, and nobody in that raid follows. So, not even the person who raided me. So they just, like, sat there, said nothing, and left. Kind of annoying, but oh well. Had a rant about MC resource packs yesterday. Kind of rant. You want to find... yeah, enemy info. That's actually where the faction is set up. Is referenced once. Is referenced here with this accessor. This accessor has two references, which handles friendly fire capability. Interesting. I see. So there is actually something currently used in that, although I'd say it's not really properly set up that way. Specifically something about orb borders and glowing wars, they both feel like cheating. I don't mind them. I don't need them, but, you know, I also kind of, like, I enjoy my immersion in Minecraft, and some people don't enjoy immersion primarily, and they kind of just want to relax and get stuff done. And as someone who's, like, I am the designated fossil finder in Deep Rock Galactic whenever I'm playing with my friends, because I'm very good at seeing them. But as it stands, there are mods that make them easier to be seen, and that's totally fine. That's just an accessibility thing. Benitez, it's just accessibility. That's how I see it. That's definitely how I see it. As it stands, there are actually, nowadays, especially in modern Minecraft, there are a lot of blocks and details that almost look like they are ores, and then you go up and they're actually not. Like the lichen, I do actually mistake lichen for ore pretty often. I recognize the difference at probably a longer distance than other people, but yeah. Funnily enough, I don't think I've ever actually seen resin yet. I don't remember. Is that even a thing in 1.20.1? Not to mention, you're not seeing resin clumps underground very often, are you? In 1.21.4, so we're definitely not seeing that. But are you really finding resin underground? When is that a thing? Why is that a thing? It doesn't make any sense. Like, you can get resin from, like, the stupid SCP-173 trees. Possible as a prank. Well, I don't fucking care about pranks. Lichen generates naturally, and it makes me think that it's ore. But that would be very bizarre for someone to, like, go into a cave and then lay down a bunch of resin in a random location for somebody else to get there, and they won't even know if somebody else gets there, and even if it's the same person that they want to prank. Like, that is, like, well beyond the capability of Occam's razor, I think. I don't think anybody is doing that prank right now. That just does not seem like an effective prank, honestly. Okay, but enemy faction can definitely be pushed out. The enemy rank one is going to be a bit confusing, though. What I can do... So, for example, this right here. When we figure out if our graze dodge is limited and we want to use our rank, we compare it against a number. Specifically, we compare it against another rank. Lieutenants and minions have limited graze dodge capability, or limited graze dodge rewards. As such, what's probably going to end up happening is that the rank might just have its own, like, challenge rating value. Does that make sense, honestly? That is kind of how a lot of things in enemy rank is handled, is that there is, like, a challenge rating to it. So that'll probably be the number. No, Morgie's so angry at me. Why is she so angry at me? Yeah, I think we are gonna have to make a info component for that. And it's gonna need a proper set of whatchamacallums, localization entries. Scripts, data. The data folder also, the data scripts folder also really needs some organization. So, entity rank info, not enemy rank info. Now it's just entity rank info. Let's open this. Flops and rolls around. Yeah. I'll flop and roll around with you, honestly. I've been bleh all day. Bleh, bleh. And blehing around. This is not a mono behavior, it's going to be a scriptable object. And Benitez, you weren't here for earlier when I was talking about the new localization system, new in quotation marks, because it's mostly based off of the system that I built for Jack Schmidt, but with some extra features that I still need to get ready before it's actually ready to be implemented. I will, of course, need a create asset menu thing for this, so I'm just going to grab this paste it here. File name will be rank info, I think. So let's do rank info. Do you have a Dark Ages stream? Yeah, we're gonna do this the proper way. We're going to do this the correct way. Entity rank info needs to reference localization entries. Public. Nope. Actually, we have to do this the proper way. Hang on. I forgot. We gotta do field. Serialized field. Public. Localization entry. Oh, that's right. We are going to need using toaster gun. I still need to change the namespace for that to its own namespace. Localization entry. Rank name entry. Should call this rank name localized. Then, of course, we're going to have a sprite. This is going to be rank icon. I don't think we really need like a color for it. Like, I'll look at style data. Of anything that's like handled by. I don't think there's anything handled by the rank in here, so that probably means we don't have anything else to do with that. I could also have, as part of the rank info, whether or not the Graze Dodge is limited for them. That's actually a thing. But anyways, serialized field, we're going to do public int challenge rating. Regeneration? Has KT Dash not been reminding me that people are ready for regen? The frick has been happening with KT Dash? Is it actually you're ready for it? Again, you checked in, and KT Dash didn't tell me that you have it ready. Hang on. Do you want to like post it in Morgy real quick so I can confirm for myself? Oh, you're just looking at the tip? Okay. I was going to say, because I know that we had a similar issue with someone else, but... Okay. Wait, have you never regen? You never regen? Huh, okay. So you haven't done that yet. You can also do plus summary. course, we need to make sure that this is on the backing field rather than the thing. Then we can actually do, so duplicate this. Public pool is graze dodge reward limited. Also, I do want to set the default values for this. This will be 0. False by default on this, because there's only 2 ranks that need that. Actually, technically 3, because Underling is also a rank. So yes, we can grab that from the rank info. Rank icon is done based on that. Then we'll also have its own localization entry reference. Cool. Excuse me. I don't think there's anything else here that we need. So set that up then. I will also go ahead and make a entity faction info. Create non-behavior script. Entity faction info. Move our namespace to toaster gun. Change this to a scriptable object. Add the using for localization. Add the create asset menu. Entity faction info. I do basically the same thing here. Faction name localized. They'll also have a second localization entry for faction tagline localized. That's mostly going to be for the dictionary or bestiary entry. They'll, of course, have a sprite faction icon small. The icon that goes on its overlay. They have some other sprites that are used in the bestiary, but for now, I'll just be that. Name localized, tagline. Faction icon. Yeah, outside of that, that's kind of it. The other thing is actually, the thing that's actually currently using the faction enum is for the friendly fire system, and that's just a simple is equal to check. And that can be handled just like that. It is going to be specifically entity faction info, because again, there's going to be entities that aren't enemies that belong to a faction. Specifically, shop vendors will be listed as belonging to the Toaster Breakers faction. So for now, this is it. the idea will be enemy rank icon will be set from that. Now we're just going to make a new method that is just going to be public void set info. We're going to have a localization entry entity name. Then we have a sprite rank icon. And then by the way, these need to be renamed. These are not capitalized correctly. I'm gonna ask for a faction icon, but we won't actually use it at the moment. I probably actually do want to set up image enemy faction icon. Also, I'm gonna rename this to that. Also, that. These three probably don't need to be renamed. But they actually do need to be renamed in general. I just mean that they don't need to be searched and replaced by IntelliSense. But we do need to call them entity rather than enemy. Technically speaking, we actually probably also want to set something up to where, we kind of want something that also handles these, but doesn't need a health bar. I feel like doing too many components on this is going to be annoying. Another thing I might actually do is, so the idea is supposed to be that if it's a targetable that has an actual entity health that the player can target, then it'll allow it to do the aim targeted check. However, if it's an interactable, I actually want to change it so that instead it will set it to have that little pulsing thing if it is the current thing the player is looking at and will interact with when they press E. So I might do something like that. Yeah. I know, I haven't been particularly super entertaining today. I thought I was going to be working on things that were more entertaining, but unfortunately it didn't work out that well. So I forgot that I needed some framework to make the targetable display work outside of other things. Yeah. It's not your fault. For now, we're just going to set... You know what else we need? We actually do need... So, part of it is that we do actually have to set... our thing. Actually, I might just make that a separate method. So this is set info, so set the entity name, rank icon, faction icon. I'm gonna have another method to set the color of the name. And basically, there'll probably be like set color enemy and that will try and set it for the challenge rating, and then another method for set color ally, which is going to just set it to the ally color. Actually, we probably want. I should probably could pull that from the info. Actually, no, we do need to pull that from. We'll look at the old HUD enemy overlay. We'll look at final references for enemy name text. Yeah, we pull challenge rating style info from the HUD style data. So you probably need a reference to our style data. We normally get that. We pull it from HUD Manager. And we cache it. So let's do that. We'll need to update this to the capital H HUD Manager. Awesome. So that way I can pull that from style data. May even have an entry in style data for breakable objects. Maybe. It would be kind of weird. So, breakable objects would have an entity health. They would have a health value. And weapons and damage scale over time. And does that mean that we have to scale the health of breakables? Probably not, actually. I'm gonna make it so that, like, if we are just, like, level 15, we've got level 15 weapons, and we just break boxes very quickly, I think that's fine. I think that's honestly functional enough. Do you mind practicing Minecraft modding? I'm struggling to learn Java more like. Yeah. It's like, I don't think I have space in my brain to fit Minecraft modding into there. Because it feels like there's just a lot for me to understand, not just Java. Java's pretty simple to me because it is basically just spicy C#. I had a funny statement of, like, comparing the two. And I don't remember. I had a funny way of saying it. Anyways. As it stands, I'll make the methods for this later, honestly. So what we're gonna do is we pass in our localization entry for the name. So we set target name localized to its name, and then this parameter empty rank icon sprite equals rank icon. I'm gonna throw an if in here. Entity action icon. Action. And also, when we set the target name localized, we are going to need to go ahead and go into entity name text dot text go ahead and set it to target name localized. Get text. Wow. That kind of just handles itself. It'll automatically check what our current language is, which by default will be EMUS. You know, do whatever the fuck else it needs to. Real quick, I'm going to pull up GitHub. And all of this needs to be its own branch, I think. Because I'm about to introduce a breaking change that is going to break the entire system. So... as it stands, we've been at this for 3 hours, but again, my brain has been not super functional. Create a new branch called generic overlays and bring my changes to generic overlays. Switch branch. Publish this branch. And then we're going to do this. Start working on overlays. And actually, we don't really need to commit this just in case. But we are about to break this. This is going to be very broken. Why? Because I'm actually just going to come in here, strip HUD enemy overlay for parts. So all of these variables, I'll leave that debug text in there. Help bar slider, fill image, dialogue. I think this is handled within the base component. This also is. So is that. All those are gone. Look at all that red. That's handled otherwise. And actually, in order to alleviate some of that red, what we need to do is go ahead and make this inherit from HUD targetable overlay. Now there's a little bit less red. Oh, we don't need that variable. Also don't need any of those variables. Actually get rid of all of that. And all of that. Canvas group and rect transform are already handled by another thing. You probably don't need style data. Again, a lot of this stuff is actually going to be cast out to subcomponents. I might run with serialized backing fields of properties. Public. We want HUD overlay dialogue. Dialogue. They get private set. Let's do another one. This one's going to be for HUD overlay entity health. Health display. Yeah, those are the components. At that point, we don't even need the start method. Basically, all of this is already done in its base component. Wait, animate aim target. Is this done in targetable overlay? Actually, I do realize I've set up all these methods in targetable overlay. Also, I've set up all these methods in targetable overlay, but it doesn't actually have, because it doesn't actually call any of them. Yeah, we just need to do that. He's down here. I'm going to make this a protected virtual void update. Here's where we do calculate position. We'll need to get our crosshair position. And the way we're going to do that is, for now, where have we got this? Grab this. Which are two crosshair puzz. You need a crosshair. And this is what we're actually going to do. I'm going to say fuck it. I'm just going to get the first entry in HUD manager.crosshairs. Fuck you, that's why. Do not care. There should definitely be a better way of accessing that. And to that I say, one of these days. Alright, so now we can actually set up check proximity, check highlighted. We do also need check aim targeted. Protected void check aim targeted. Excuse me. Actually, that is handled here, but we do actually want a separate value. So if our player input handler is currently targeting us, then set aim targeted to whether or not they're aiming down sights. Else is aim targeted twice. Actually get rid of that from here. Else, I'm just gonna write a to-do. Interactables should show the target thing if in range to be interacted with. I'm just gonna do this target thing to be interacted. May also have to set something up with targetable overlay where manage its highlighted setting. Actually, I can just set is highlighted to the value of this comparison, and then none of this is needed. Also, this needs to be is highlighted, not his proximity. I don't know why it was set the other way. What I actually can do is highlighted once again to just check if it contains that. So you can find that way down. Awesome. Okay, and I still got all of this to fix. A lot of them are actually just going to be the fact that HUD Manager is now changed. Yeah, I think... Oh wait, that's right. You know what else? So, animate aim target. This needs to be adapted. Go to definition. So I need to set this up. Copy this. Move this to HUD target overlay. This needs to be a protected. Cool. So check proximity, check highlighted. Check aim targeted will be needed. And then after that, we do animate aim target with the enabled being easy aim target. Calculate position does update a rect transform, so that's handled. And that's basically all of this. This can stay. We'll probably just do... Okay, hang on. I was gonna prefix this old underscore. That way we can create a new one. Override. Update. And you just do base.update. I said super.update, didn't I, earlier? That's Java. That's Java. Hey, what happened to our debug text? I delete one too many things. Let's save how to overlay. Unity is gonna bitch that there is so many problems, but whatever. I got rid of debug text. Why did I get rid of debug text? Reason I got rid of that? Why is node? Where are you unassigned? Probably because there's errors here. Probably. If I fix that, that all goes away. Cool. So yeah, we can throw all of that. We're actually gonna make a method for it. Let's call it private void draw state machine debug. Boom. Nice. It actually uses enemy status from the targetable. That's fine. So run that at the end there. Oh, canvas group.alpha needs to be updated itself, so we actually need that. Let's do a new method for that. Protected void update canvas alpha. Is highlighted, then set the alpha to 1. Otherwise, set it to is proximity. Transfer it to proximity. Otherwise, 0. And then we need to make sure that that is done in update. Update canvas alpha. And that's done. Anything else I'm missing? That's handled. I think that's it. I think we've covered everything here. I'm gonna collapse old update. But actually, we're gonna go ahead and just, like, comment block it for now. I might not remember how to comment block. This was actually, like, Kbity boilerplate, which I've gotten rid of most of it. So we do that. It stops here. Perfect. That's the old update then. I can actually just put that here, honestly. In fact, I'm going to grab this. I really need to fix my scroll wheel, clean this shit out. I'm going to cut this and then just drop at the end here. And then I'm going to fold this up. Alright. And also the entity events is now handled by another component entirely. Set HUD manager no longer needs to be set up. I should probably do still. Actually, I think HUD variable overlay does that. Let me actually do a quick null check here just in case. The rest of this can be handled there. Probably will, just in case, might need a set HUD manager. The HUD manager does actually run that. So let's just do that then. In fact, we will cut it from here. Add it to the base class. guess we don't even need that anymore. Alright. These aren't needed because the entity hooks are being handled elsewhere. Same with all of these. Those are handled elsewhere. Set targetable is handled in the base class. So is the animate aim target. You can get rid of this. You can tell because it's green squiggling it. All we need is to draw state machine debug. Wow. Fun. I would have liked to set it up with set enemy. You can actually go ahead and do that. Public void set enemy status enemy. The thing is that I currently don't have anything that requires me to actually remember the enemy in this component. Except for the behavior controller. I could actually handle that. Hang on. Protected. Enemy status. Enemy status. And then let's also have a... Let's actually have like a dynamic accessor for this component referencer. Enemy behavior. Base enemy behavior controller. Behavior controller. Capital H. Sorry, capital B. And then what we'll actually do is, if behavior controller reference is null, and our enemy status exists, then we'll get our behavior controller from enemy status and behavior. That being said, though, I might want to have something that inherits from how to hang override. Who knows? I'll probably want to make sure that base enemy behavior controller itself gets set. In fact, yeah, actually, I don't want it to be dynamic. I actually don't want it to be dynamic. Base enemy behavior controller. Enemy behavior controller. And then we can get rid of that. Is now a pull from our reference to the enemy behavior controller. Which actually, we don't need this line at all because now we have that from there. We can actually do... Specifically what we actually want to do is the hug manager, debug switch, and enemy status. Right. Not enemy status, actually want behavior controller. In fact, I can actually turn this into a guard clause instead. If neither of these exist, we'll guard clause out. And then we'll also do if HUD manager debug switch is false, then we will do debug text enabled equals false here. And short circuit out. Use those terms correctly. then all we need to check in this if condition is if the node is not equal to null. Actually, I'm going to do this. We'll enable debug text, else debug text dot text current node is null. Oh no. And there we go. Currently, that's all we need for that. We'll do the set enemy now. Enemy status equals enemy. Enemy behavior controller be enemy dot enemy behavior. I think the enemy still gets told what its associated enemy overlay is, so we'll just have it call things on that whenever it needs to. For example, dialogue. For its taunts, mostly. And then health display needs to set up. So we do health display. Hook entity events on enemy entity health. We also need to set its infos. Health display. Also do set is alive true. Actually, we want to do enemy.entity health dot is alive. And set info. We are going to need the enemy's info. Let's actually get that real quick. Enemy info. If info, set it to enemy status dot enemy info. If that exists. My brace is here. That brace got fucked up just because I don't have a semicolon here. Oh yes, the info doesn't have a localization entry yet. Let's go ahead and add that. Display name, localized. And we change that to a localization entry that we don't have a using for, because of course we don't. Using, press your gun, localization. Localization entry. Cool. I'm actually also going to go ahead and do entity rank info. Let's look at the longer using the enum. Semicolon. Entity faction info. Faction info. Is now that. So start using that instead. Alright, we do set info. info dot display name localized. Info dot info icon info faction info faction icon small. That is how that works. We will also need a challenge thing. How did we set that before is the question. We set, well, that's the old stuff. We set target here. We have a CR here. I believe that stands for challenge rating. Probably actually, I didn't get this stuff ported over into there. I should probably have that set up. Which actually, that also reminds me that overlay dialogue is also supposed to be changed depending on that, so I forgot to do that. Hang on. Public void, set style, color. Check through all the things that we removed prematurely. Dialog name text dot color, dialog fill image color, border image color. So name text color, fill image color, border image color. We call this fill color, border color. Also, these shouldn't be named like this anyways. There. That should be. So dialog name text. Color equals name text color. Dialog fill image color. And dialog border image color equals border color. We could probably actually reuse the HUD enemy challenge rating style info to pull those as well. I do like public void set challenge rating. Rating style info. And that's just going to do set style rating style info dot enemy name color style info dot taunt background color taunt border color. Those are the values that we're using here, right? Dialog name text, yep, name color, enemy name color. That's what it is. Cool. These should probably be renamed to something different, though. Alright, so that'll handle that, then. We need something similar here. For now, I'm just gonna do public void set name color. And that's just going to do entity name text. Color. Equals color. For now. I'm actually going to hold this. It allows us to also set a challenge rating. And that just sets the entity name color. And set name color. Like that. Easy. Okay. Back to setting these things up. Tell our health display to hook into the events. Set is alive. Set info. We need to figure out where we set up our CR. We do enemy.get challenge rating, HUD manager assign player, get current effective weapon. Okay. Which actually kind of technically means I don't need the enemy info there, because it can also kind of handle itself. I'm going to do... We're going to assume we have a HUD manager. In fact, I'm going to do a special guard clause here. I'm gonna do this. Int CR equals challenge rating. Check HUD manager. Checking assign player, get current effective level, and then do that to compare the challenge rating to our CR. And then, of course, we do what we did here. Grab this. We have a style. We don't have a style data. Interesting. I need to make that a property of target overlay. In fact, probably remove it from here. So I'm just going to grab this. Need to make sure that these are a big capital H HUD manager. Oh wait, let's save this and go back to enemy overlay. So now I have the style data that we can get the challenge rating style from. I might change how that looks. How that's named later. This should be just like entity health overlay style info. And that way it'll be like get challenge rating style. It gets entity health overlay style info for challenge rating rather than get challenge rating style. But for now, we'll be doing it like this, where we go health display, set challenge rating to challenge rating style info. We'll also want to set the same thing on the dialogue. Set challenge rating. For now, that should be how that's set up. Also, I could actually go in and see how do we initially call this. Actually use set target. So we'll just need to make sure that it's calling set enemy instead of set targetable, where we were previously setting set targetable. In fact, we'll want to throw that in there. Enemy.targetable hole. Sure, that's set in there. I think that's all we need for that. Set up our dialogue, set up our health display. Is there any health display method we're missing? Set info is being set by the challenge rating. Set name color needs to be set up. Actually, I think set name color is done by the challenge rating. This doesn't get called by the challenge rating, what was I thinking? But it is being called by a HUD enemy overlay. Set name color is going to be done through set challenge rating, which is being called by the enemy overlay. These are entity hooks. Set is alive is called enemy overlay. Health display set is alive. Yes. I should handle everything. Is Unity compiled? Unity is compiled. We have managed to get a compilation, so now we just need to fix this. Now I have the HUD enemy overlay script, and now it is missing fucking everything. That's okay. We'll handle it. We are going to need to make sure that the HUD manager is assigned. We don't need to assign a targetable because that's assigned by the thing. We will actually need to make sure that, hang on, I go to HUD manager, and I believe register enemy is the method. Register enemy overlay. Cool. So you instantiate it, and we do set targetable. Instead, we do set enemy. Because it is an enemy. And I think the remove is still fine. That's probably it. That's all we need. Awesome. That is the only method we need there, I think. Awesome. I never pushed that earlier thing to Origin. I'm gonna make sure that gets pushed to Origin. Actually, I managed to go for a little bit longer than the 3 hours. I thought I was going to be honking out. Almost an hour ago, I thought I was going to be just dead. But I'm actually moving Not super fast, but still moving. Mostly because I do see the light at the end of the tunnel of this feature. Everything seems to be set up, so let's just... So we need a dialogue object. Let's do... Right, I need to actually add this here. HUD overlay dialogue. And do also... Let me actually just do HUD overlay and entity health. That's what I think we needed. We have to set all of these all over again. That's an oof, but we'll handle it. So we have to set our overlay dialogue. Alright. Dialogue name text. I will need to move or open all of this up. So grab that. So name text is here. From the dialogue box. Here's dialogue border. Oh, I put the wrong thing in there. Oh well. Border image. So that actually needs to be this one. It's supposed to be. It's in there. Just need to block inspector for a sec. I need like name these to make sure. Dialogue enemy name. Call this nameplate enemy name. Go back to play and block. So nameplate enemy name, so let the HUD overlay entity health should be pointing towards. Cool. Dialogue enemy name is what needs to go. Yeah. The actual dialogue text goes there. Box parent. I don't fucking remember what that was. It should be this, I think, because this is disabling the entire box. So, that works. Let's go ahead and set these. HUD manager is that. Targetable overlay is that. Same for you. Oh gosh, there's not that many sliders here. It's just named health bar. Call it that. There are not that many sliders here. Overlay health bar. Cool. The fill image does need to be grabbed, so I do need to cut back in here for a sec. Turn off that fill image when the enemy is at 0 HP, because otherwise it still has a blob because of the way that slider is set up. Alright, rank icon is this. Enemy rank image. Faction icon currently not implemented. Dialogue fill image needs to be set up. Dialogue back is what it is. No enemy faction icon at the moment. And that should, keyword should, be functional. No, it is not. Why are we not? Object reference not set to instance of an object. What do you mean? Ah, right. Yes, of course. Placeholder localization. We have our names. We need to do folder for entity data. Let's call it. So I don't need to do separate folders for each of these. I just need to do create, toaster gun, infos. Need to do faction infos and rank infos. Faction info, right? So call it that for now. It is gonna need a localized faction name. Oh boy. Placeholder localization. And I'm actually just going to do like duplicate faction. Should probably prefix these with like placeholder. Right. I should prefix all of these. Placeholder entry instead of localization entry. All right. Let's do it like this. Set the manager here. There we go. For now, it's just going to be the Grunts faction. Do a couple of ranks. Underling. And do a line in here. Duplicate. Lieutenant. I actually didn't need those. Actually, kind of do, but I don't at the same time. It's fine. The Grunts faction. Assault Grunt name. That's actually it. You just need to set up things. So infos, entity data. So we have faction info grunts. Name localized. We're actually going to leave the tagline localized empty for now. Okay. Placeholder entry faction grunts. Yes. I may actually return. Previously, I did a script that would show you, like the text of it in the preview, but it was giving me issues, so I ended up disabling that. Yeah, tagline localized we're gonna leave basically, and then no icon for now. But we are going to do create district. Rank info. Do an object rank. Rank icon is that. Challenge rating 0. I don't care about that. Duplicate, and then we do underling. Underling actually has a -1 challenge rating. And that's the strike for is a gear. Definitely reward limited on that. Underling. Duplicate. Minion. Challenge rating 0. It's a pawn. Raise dodge reward limited. Then +1 challenge rating is still Gray's dodge reward limited. Tenant. Yes. Cool. That's all I really need for now. Now go back to both of these enemy infos and update these. So first of all, target dummy is the name of this guy. Your rank info is object. Your faction info, I need a faction for you, actually. Duplicate faction info. None. Actually, I'm gonna need a localization for that too. Faction. None. So it's called no faction. Yeah. Lowercase f, actually. Alright, back to entity data. Set that up. Cool. There it is. Alright, now I can go back to enemies. The dummy should be in the none faction. So that can stay the same. I'm gonna fix you. Assault Grunt. Rank info minion. Action info grunts. Did I put a minion on this one? I did actually make this a minion. But it should actually be minion. I forgot. That's actually kind of... It's supposed to be a minion so that other systems handle it properly. Properly test your effects. Now that should be correct. I will also want to make sure... I'll put it there, but I don't trust that. Where is it actually? I just realized we never set player. That I should probably fix. And the way that we do that is... after we assign to player, we need to do... overlay prefab, set player. There. That needs to have been done. Forgot about that. There is still specifically warning about variable camera. I think, again, camera gets set by set player. Probably do want to make sure that player has been set first. But probably we'll just have it short if player's not been set. Not short, but guard clause. Not do any of this, if that is the case. Right. Now, we should be able to run. No, we didn't. Why not? There's no errors. Are we not setting player? Assign to player. You enter the room after calling HUD manager.assign to player, which means that the enemy overlay prefabs should have a player before it is instantiated. So why aren't you moving? question. In fact, why are you on? You should be off. Actually, I think that the only... Here, we do that. Can see our targetable and our HUD manager. So let's see. We can't see our player's status though. But then, again, there's no situation. It's physically impossible. It's physically impossible for us to register an enemy overlay It's physically impossible for us to register an overlay before setting the player of that prefab. Player enters is called immediately after HUD manager assigned a player. Is anything else calling assigned a player? That's the only thing calling assigned a player. Let's attach to Unity. There's literally physically no reason for that to be happening. Because even if we are hitting this guard clause, actually we wouldn't be. Yeah, okay, so theoretically we would be hitting the guard clause. Again, set a breakpoint here. Let's hit play. We hit the breakpoint. Yeah, continue. So, why are you like this? Let's try. So that still does that. Reload. Why are you guys like this? Look at HUD enemy overlay here. We can't see the player. But we set player here in the prefab. So why are we not? You know what? I can't actually see that. I can't actually see that. I just need to enable debug mode. To do this, look at you. Any overlay clone, and I'm going to go into debug mode. Find our enemy overlay. Why is our player status not set? 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 And it's set on the prefab. It's set on the prefab, but it's not. I know why. I am reaching. I am reaching nirvana. It's not serialized. It's a private variable that isn't serialized. I didn't need it to be serialized because it's a, you know, variable there, but, and I didn't actually need it to be shown in the thing and editable, but we can do this. Serialize field, and then we also add, I'm actually going to new line this because we're going to add 2 parameters. The second parameter will be and also I might end up making that accessible anyways. Now that I think about it. I am. Absolutely am. I'm going to make this like this editable. Do that for both of you guys. It'll be like that. I will also, well, actually, camera is serialized. Cool. That's how that should be run. That also means that I need to rename these, which actually I think, yep, you're gonna do that for me in IntelliSense. Thank you very much. So those are renamed to that. So that. Save. And now it should just work. Although I need to turn debug off. There we go. Now it should just work. Well, how about that? It just works now! Yay! Now we check these guys out. Hang on, actually, I'm gonna super them. Ah, close enough. Get fucking supered. I am, like, bouncing for some reason. I don't know what's causing that. I might need to check that. I'm gonna figure that out. But anyways. Yay! Cool. Now it is functional. It really shouldn't be showing up here, though. In fact, I will go ahead and start filling in some build hide in inspector. This does not need to be shown in the inspector. Neither does this. That's probably neither does this either. Doesn't need this either. Cool. That'll clean things up. That's so much cleaner. Look at that. That's so much cleaner. Okay. You know, that's probably going to be a good stopping point, honestly. I'm going to push all that shit. Implement in 44 files. Push that to origin, and then later I will pull request that over. I'll merge that back into base as necessary. I didn't change anything with localization, did I? Actually, I did end up making scripts, right? I made wait, why is it? Oh, let's see, because I added it in this commit. Okay, density, faction info, and rank info ended up in there. That's fine. That is actually kind of part of it. I'll let it slide. And I did make some changes to localization stuff, but that's fine. I'll merge that in later. Anyways, that's definitely going to be a good stopping point. I'm going to move over to my chatting scene and start wrapping things up. I need to take a break. So if you are still here, do please stick around. I'm going to drop in on a friend of ours, as we usually do. Do my plugs. And I'm going to start cleaning my place up. Close all of the things. Actually, go into here. Actually, I'm going to make sure I set a checklist. Enemies, because we now have done enemies, and then I add another item for doors and interact items. But in general, rather than doors, I'm going to do interact items itself is a checklist item, and then breakable objects should be its own thing, and then allies / shop vendors. Neat. Cool. So I should have put that into doing. It should have been in doing. Okay. I think that's all for now. So let's start wrapping up stream. I don't think anybody is kind of around right now. I think everybody's asleep. I've been on like 2 viewers, like all stream. What the fuck? Oh well, it's fine. I'm gonna drop in on friends. We'll just push on with that. Y'all know the drill. I will probably be streaming tomorrow. I might be doing some Deep Rock Galactic, possibly. I think that's gonna be what we end up going with. And then Saturday is Catgirl Craft SMP. And then Sunday is more Ratchet and Clank. Going Commando with Olivia. Olivia's the one going Commando. I'm not. I'm gonna go raid browser. And drop in on a friend of ours. I'm just gonna go following because I'd rather drop in today. Chris doing the new Doom game. I only do. Where's that high? There we go. That's more like what it should be. What we're looking for. probably don't have anybody on software and game dev. Maybe not see anybody on software and game dev. Maybe dropping an EXO. We haven't seen EXO in a while. Dropping an EXO. Put this over here. And we will start raid, because I'm not going to bother with raid message when everybody's kind of working and stuff. I'll throw it out here. In case you are here for it, y'all know the drill. Y'all know the drill by now. Alright. But that's all said. Ladies, gentlemen, and everything between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Until then, this is Keaton, over and out.